Good morning and welcome to chapter 184 of our streaming adventure. I'm a little quieter than normal because it's 7 a.m. in the house and the wife and the dogs are still sleeping. Now, on any other normal day, I would already be off at work. So, early morning is somewhat of a misnomer. It's still early. Like on a Saturday, I would have liked to have slept in a little bit more. Hair is a little out of the ordinary, so we put a hat on. Thank you, thank you. We're playing uh, Joe Dyer's twist on Echoes for the Raven forms. So I thought I would give that a shot. But otherwise, it should be the Echoes deck that I know and love, and I hope loves me back. Have a good day yourself, and hopefully I can match. There's also a competing PTQ in a couple hours, so I'm thinking people didn't want to double queue, and so we're gonna have a slightly smaller field, but I'm not complaining. Hello and good luck, Jennifer Granum. We are on the draw. I'm gonna keep though. So now that they've already got the exploration in play, I think the rest of it seems a little slow. So all right, so there's a new. So the question is, would I rather have an Emery or would I rather have a Hullreacher? Let's go again. Okay, so I can tap that for one. Two, three, four. Holding a wooded foothills. Okay. turn there. Now they could very well have the Punishing Fire. Yep. Okay, so they do have the ability to do both, but they would have to cash it in right now. So, can we... If we play Urza, we could potentially get big enough to... They'd have to cast it, regrow it, and cast it, and I don't know if they have enough right now. Karn could get a Lion's Eye and spin again, but I don't know if I necessarily want to refill their hand. Oh, here we go. So then now I get an Echo and spin again. Okay, so this should be enough. Alright, they have seen enough. Okay. That felt pretty solid. What does a normal red-green lands deck have for me? Off to Goldfish. Let's look at Legacy. Crop rotation, I guess, is still worth stopping, or if I'm on the play. But they're going to have a variety of Canonist, maybe. So the big thing here is, what really does Ravenform do? And Ravenform is new to me. Exile an artifact or creature. Controller creates a 1/1 bird. So this could deal with the Collector Oofs, the Canonists, the... What's a land? Null Rod. I know what I meant. It's early. Leave me alone. So it feels like Emery is likely to be. I would like to have some sort of protection. Now that's why I still play Brazen Borrower in the main. That's my get out of jail free card. But the rest of this, it seems like I want Tormod's Crypt, but I think I'm okay with pulling it in when needed instead of making sure I can have it instead of just kind of floating around in the 60. I'll try that. Nope. They mulligan. I will mulligan. There's no blue here. Well, I'll keep this. Alright, so what can we keep? Play a ley line. Show that I chose poorly. Well, we're in their main, so they did not have a pre-game effect. They could have Thoughtseize, that'd blow me out. Speaking of things that'll blow you out. Hey, that's another thing Raven Form can deal with. I did that in the wrong order. Okay. I like the idea of having Urza in play before I spin this Echo, especially because that generates at least more mana. That sucks. Upkeep. The ley line here. Force of Vigor. Okay. Right on time. I could have theoretically gone for the Lion's Eye last turn. I said that I wanted to. You gotta draw mana for these spells. That should be it, right? They crop rotation for a Thespian stage? Or Dark Depths? Well, not necessarily, because I can borrower that. Yep. Alright. So they will have spheres of resistance. Can I? I can't easily explode those. Could Raven form them though. We also will be on the play. Am I deluding myself? Because I want the Lion's Eye in there still. Do I want the explosives? I don't easily have a second color for the explosives is my problem with it. Defense Grid could also stop Force of Vigor. Try it like that. Yes, I'd like to play first. Not with this hand, however. Defense Grid, Mox Opal. Okay. The only thing is that I'm planning to bring this Mox Opal back for purposes of having 3 artifacts for the mana that I don't want to crack this bauble yet. That might be wrong. They did mulligan to 6. Alright, that should kind of do it. Pyroblast. Unexpected. I mean, relevant. See, now I'm hesitant to crack the ball. No, I need the card. have another Punishing Fire? They might. No, not yet, anyway. That's not going to work how you probably want it to. Pay some life. Do it. Do it. They misunderstood that interaction. And then they paid 4 life for the card they had already drawn. I want to backspace that. Okay. Don't use it this time. Or they could have killed it and then used it. They should have killed it like on upkeep and then used the Sylvan. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll go get a Megas Les. And that's the game. What could they have to get out of this if they're not allowed to cast anything? And they also can't... I'm curious what I'm missing. I should be able to just wake up Lattice and attack. Okay. Alright, sitting at 1-0 so far. Good old... And we'll do it the old way. We'll just put wins. Because over here, right there, it should say what my record is overall in the match. But I was curious, how quickly do rounds go? We ended up with 45 people today. So, yeah, I do wonder... I mean, we're still gonna do crossword puzzles. Who am I kidding? That's what we do. So, might as well bring one up. Let's bring up our Saturday morning crossword puzzle. All right. Word of the day is vernal. Vernal in Magic, vernal equinox. Verdant usually has to do with green. So vernal, I'm going to say it has to do with a particular season, like in like springtime season. Look at that. Magic vocab coming through strong. Okay. So let's go back to our puzzle. We need to turn off. All right. Shel Silverstein, a light in the. Oh, I should know that. Attic? Clingstone or freestone fruit? Does that mean like peach? So far, I feel like I know these words. Manhattan Boulevard. Is this Park Avenue? Food Network star Gold. I'm not sure I know that. Oh yeah, actually I do. It's Duff. The cake, the Baltimore Charm City Cakes guy. Leafy cabbage. So this is chakra. That makes this kale. Look for yourself. Look for yourself. Go see. Take apart to understand. Reverse engineer. And so shifting gears, they're going to be park, reverse, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Whoopi's role in Ghost. Ida May. Ada May. Ida May. I feel like it was Ida May. No, because the door is shut. Hold on. I'll go let him in. All right. Big fan of the stream. Sirius has joined us in the basement. Right, buddy? I know. Is it Otame? Because then this is round. Yeah. Top notch. That's the first one. Like, I want to say fine, but I don't know for sure. Jamaican Tangelo. Oh, is that what ugly fruit is? Neutral. Because we're keeping up with park reverse. We got neutral solution. Nickname that drops an Andre. Group of troops. Will they be a company? An army. That's true. Green Gables girl. Well, that would be Anne. Black and white orca. Church fundraising event. Bake sale. Two Down tea. A brand of tea? I don't know. Egyptian Peninsula is the Sinai Peninsula. Ladybird, Little Women. Not sure. Inert. Church fundraising event. I feel like this is supposed to be bizarre. The only bizarre I know is Baghdad. Emphasize one's message. So we've got park, we've got reverse, we've got neutral, overdrive, shift, potato gadget, peeler. That doesn't fit. Declare. Last message from a smartphone. I'm trying to think of what we got. Reverse, park, neutral, drive, home, a point. Okay, so what's the last one? Drive, park, reverse, neutral. There's like what? Climb a hill function? Is that a thing? Moving. Sidewalk. Sharpens. Range between soprano and tenor, I believe, is alto. Rival. Ice it. Overdue. Moving or sidewalk? Cold War letters. NATO? The Lonely Goat Herd. Call back to Sound of Music. Lady ole ole. Intelligence Alliance since 1949. NATO. Top Notch. 29 across. A1. Okay. The spacing of the letters looked wrong. Glowing Remnant Ember. Kitten Cries Meows. Also. Finish. Charlie the Ranch Dog. Mind if you steal my content? Oh, you mean you want to do some crossword puzzles? Or do you want to just come over and talk to me? You can do whatever you'd like. Fashionable initials. E. Saint Laurent. So the last message of a battery is low battery, no battery. That is no problem whatsoever. We are 1-0 in the Legacy Challenge, and in between rounds, I tend to do crossword puzzles because I don't know, there's some level of interaction there. But good morning to you. What would the last message be from a smartphone? No battery? I would say low battery, right? But it has to do with like the gears of a car, because we should have park, avenue, reverse, neutral, drive. But I'm just wondering, park, reverse, neutral, drive, is this not part of that? Or I'm just trying to force it as part of that? Word following moving or sidewalk. Moving sail. Oh, this is not meows. A little kitten mules. So then this is a moving sail or a sidewalk sail. This makes low battery make sense. And then LSU is a Baton Rouge school. And Cold War letter USSR. Not bad, not bad. All right, so I have 4 matches waiting to end the round. So let's do another one. We'll go back in time a day. All right. Fizzy drink, pop. Stereotypical teen's room, messy. French pancake is a crepe. Tribute in verse ode. If you eschew a big wedding, you elope. Bed cover. What is it a duvet? I don't know if that fits yet, but duvet makes sense to me. Do a floor chore. Sweep. Mop. Yep. Looking at what these are, so this is pomp, this is odor. Love-starved skunk. Pepe Le Pew. Make ready for, you prepare. Okay, so not so musical is the overall clue. So that's what these long ones are. Shakespearean sleepwalker. I don't know. All right. Like a bank account vis-a-vis the stock market. Empire that what's down in Peru? The Inca? Disoriented. Loopy, but that doesn't fit. Cozy place to stay. Red gems would be rubies, Mox variety. Happening could be an event. Chain that sells dog food would be Petco. Ethan Hawke. Okay. Well, we finished some of the other stuff. Shakespearean. So that's Macbeth. Is it Lady Macbeth? Yeah. Lady Macbeth. And then so it's saying see letters 4 through 7. 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's YMAC. It's not YMCA. Hilarious. This is the other fizzy drink, soda, for those that are wrong. Yemen. Nope. We went the wrong way on that one. It was down. Elite English Boarding School. That's Eton. Doubter. Phony. Is that fake? How are you? This is Arnie. Arnold Palmer. Great drink. It hopefully is the latter, not me. There were only 45 people in this challenge because it's fighting against the PTQ out there. So, should just have a nice, tidy 6 rounds. And yeah, that way, instead of starting in the afternoon and running all evening, I'm starting in the morning, running into the afternoon, and then we can kind of do stuff in the evening tonight. That's kind of the plan. Satisfied person. Not sure what that is. Ped. Xing. Top flight crew. See, fake might be wrong. Yeah, I think fake is wrong. Top flight crew. Elite, but that doesn't fit either. 6th column on a calendar. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Christmas plant holly. I feel like that's what I don't have a cat of my own, but I feel like a cat would mew. Cost of admission fee. Bassoon is related to an oboe. Honest Abe. Spend time with people, but it's capitalized, so like People magazine, so you read it. Apple's apple, and Red Lobster's Red Lobster. Is that saying like a logo? Or what is that saying? Apple's apple. So you can picture like the logo of it, or Red Lobster's Red Lobster. It'd be like an ID or mascot. None of those are fitting in the letters though. Explosion sounds. How about booms? Everglade bird. Egret? Logos. Okay. I'll allow it. Word before blue or bean. Navy. There we go. Navy blue, navy bean. 30 Rock co-star, Tracy Morgan. And then here we go. Number 3 to 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't get that one. Some of these I feel like are just likely to not line up for me. Participate in as a drawing, like a raffle. Playful river animal. Carried as if by wind. I just said blown by the wind. Take the podium, you are an orator, so you orate. Fairy tale villain. Gazban ogre. Popular sing-a-song. Oh, okay. So YMCA was said wrong in every other version there. ACYM. Understood. So then you know that letters 6 through 9 are going to be A, Y, C, and M. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So play dates. So now you know that this one is M because of the plan there. So then here, 5 through 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's put YMCA, knowing that those are wrong. And then you can come back and... So this is Mrs. Robinson. This is definitely down as Mrs. Robinson. Satisfied person. So we got C and M. Stretchy. Elastic. So that makes this have to be a Y based on those other rules. And then this is a happy camper. Do we make it to the bottom? Merle Haggard. Participate in as a drawing. Enter. 49 across. Oboe would have a reed. In its stead. Okay. Marsala. Morose looking. This makes more sense because we started with Monday. However, the first day of the week should be Sunday on that, right? So I messed that up. Do it or else. Morose looking, sad eyes. I rest my case. Unable to decide. You're torn. Phony is a sham. A doubter is skeptic. Duchess Kate. Papa. A team. Stymie. Safer. Bam! So we got 2 puzzles in during that break. Not bad, not bad. All right, close up shop. Round number 2. Hey, look at that. For whatever reason, we are the worst ranked. Whatever. Do. Some of these names are always great. Underwater Bimbo. All right. Round 2. Coming up. I think I moved the camera a little bit, but I think I messed it up. Whatever, it seems fine. Ooh, Don't mind my yawns. I'm just waking up. On Saturday, I like to sleep in till like 8:30, 9 o'clock, because I usually wake up at 5 every other day of the week. I woke up at 5 today and let the dogs out, and I was like, well, I'm going to go back to bed. And I did go back to bed. Then I got up again, and I decided to come downstairs. Well, okay, I had already planned to come downstairs. I guess I just followed through with coming downstairs. That's part of the whole thing. Showing up. Sometimes you just got to show up. So what do we got here? Nope. Nope. It does have a turn 2 Karn. I don't think turn 2 Karn is enough. Well, we're keeping this. Okay, I gotta put 2 cards back. I mean, does it matter what the 2 cards are? It does matter what the 2 cards are. Force. So that's where it mattered. Well, it didn't matter what the 2 cards were because we were throwing them away anyway. Not having a land hurt. I don't see a reason to play that one. It could get wasted. It could just get countered. Brainstorm. So, Bug Delver? Grixis Delver? Could be neither. Could be Grixis Control. Now, my thought here is I am going to crack this bauble because the 2/3 of a Mox Opal here, I think it's more important to get the extra card out of my deck. Abrupt Decay. If we get one more 0-mana artifact. See, now it might be too late, though. He said, nope, you can have it. I mean, I would rather kind of see how are they winning. Are they control? Because, I mean, it has Jace in it, right? Do we know about? Is Ponder the one we saw? No, Abrupt Decay is the one we saw. Ponder was their Force of Will exile. He's just realizing they gave us an Echo of Eons. Whatever, YOLO. Paying costs, sure. Okay. 2, I don't have enough to get an Urza out here. I mean, refilling their hand does not seem great by any stretch here. We didn't even hit anything. That sucked. Meanwhile, we drew them multiple cards. That continues to suck. What are they playing? Is Bug Control a deck? Because this feels like Control. Obviously, with Jace and stuff. I'm not seeing it listed. Yeah, that's bad. There's nothing in there I want. We're dead. They've played a lot of ninjas and Snowco and blue-white. I mean, they play a variety of things. But I would say this is Control from their side. So things I probably want Raven forms to deal with. They're likely to have Collector Oof. They're likely to have, I don't know, a variety of things. I think I still want defense grids. And then I think Chalice. Now they've shown Brainstorm, they've shown Ponder, and it's good to fight those. But what I'm wondering is, fighting Brainstorm and Ponder, but they're not Delver. It doesn't feel like they're Delver with Jace and with Leovold and stuff, and so that just feels off. And that could be very wrong on my part to think against the cantrip deck to take out chalices. That might be entirely wrong. But that's part of why I want to play more. This is the stuff I feel like I need to learn. So we can keep Chalice in, because it's still a good card. Sai might be able to overwhelm. They had Thoughtseize too. Maybe Chalice is better than I'm giving it credit. We'll call it bug control from them, unless we see something else. Having to mulligan as much as we did, though, also didn't help, but this is a turn 2 Karn. This is also a lot of lands. Well, now, these are some interesting hands that we've had. I cannot even play anything with this first hand. I mean, I'm just going till I can keep a hand, I guess. 3 cards on the bottom of my library. I will foretell my first card. Look at me go. They're just going to wasteland me? What a surprise. 3-color Leovold deck. Why wouldn't they have Wasteland? I mean, you don't have Deathrite Shaman to follow it up, but I don't know what I expected other than exactly what I expected. Sure. This is a sorcery. I'm not going to blow up your spell bomb for no good reason. That's some good synergy. Show me your secrets. Brainstorm. Fight me on that. Fight me on that so I can Hull Breacher you. Baleful Strix. I have no idea what they're doing. But potentially we have a bigger problem now with how do I deal with this Tarmogoyf? Probably just die to it. This tension here is interesting. We got an Echo. They have a Brainstorm. Do you have a Force? And see, I should have played the Hull Breacher at the end of the previous turn, even with the Brainstorm, because you don't know what you're going to draw it into. Because then at least I would have had Hull Breacher, theoretically, in play here, which makes Echo that much more impressive. They don't even have black available to them. But they had it anyway, so what does it matter? So we just die to this thing. Imagine we had a Hull Breacher in play, though. If we had the Hull Breacher in play, they would have had to play the Brainstorm. Brainstorm wouldn't have been able to got them Force Negation. I don't know. So what are we? We're trying to rip Raven form off the top. That's bold. Okay. Can I set up a way? I think I have to do it before I let them draw a card, though. Force them to have it now. I think this got pitched. They could have just drawn the Abrupt Decay or whatever. They're paying costs, so whatever they got. Didn't matter anyway. Womp womp. Counter spells, not great for us. I mean, that's... I feel like that's kind of obvious that counter spells are going to be bad for us. I think putting in the Raven forms was correct. We saw Leovold. It made sense to expect to see Collector Oof. Tarmogoyf is going to do Tarmogoyf things. I guess the rest of the question is, should we have engineered explosives? I mean, once Collector Oof turns you off, that doesn't really help. Plus, we're not that likely. I mean, we have Lotus Petals. We have the Mox Opal as ways to get... What am I saying? Ways to get multiple... variety of colors of mana. But let's pull up the list. So... this is pretty much what Joe Dyer has been posting in his Spice Corner article. You know what I'm saying. His Legacy 101. I was able to talk to him about this card in particular because I wasn't sure. I've seen him play it, and I've seen him talk about how much he liked it. I just wasn't sure if it was plausible. So it does seem that being able to buy this on layaway. I can spend 2 mana early. It's no longer in my hand for any potential echo spins, but I am giving myself the chance to basically just remove problem things on their side. A Chalice for 0 on their side. A Null Rod. A Collector Oof. Their Hull Breacher. Now, being limited as a sorcery does kind of suck, but I also, the thing he doesn't have is, I've always kind of liked a Brazen Borrower effect of this is my way to deal with those same problems. Also lets me hit the fact that this is instant is what I really like about the Brazen Borrower. You can bounce all those same things. Like, imagine the flashed in Hull Breacher. This you could deal with in response. theoretically, unless we're cashing in our hand with the Lion's Eye Diamond, and then whatever, your hand's gone, so tough. But I would say in general, now the other slight difference is we don't have Narset anymore. And the big thing to me is not having Narset because of, well, almost like this row. Narset not hitting any of the Hull Breacher payoff. Now, if Narset's in play, she is doing what the Hull Breacher is trying to do as well. So the fact that Narset doesn't dig for Hull Breacher, that's not even relevant, right? Because Narset is comboing with Echo, and Narset will draw you toward the Echo. How about we can say that? But okay, Narset can also not hit these Urzas. Narset says non-creature, non-land. Non-creature, non-land. So, like, we're already talking a 50-50 split in the deck. But you specifically run less lands so that you can rely on the Lotus Petals, Mox Opals, Lion's Eye. So, I mean, the other stuff is your normal kind of Karn toolbox. They had Wormcoil Engine. I have had what's the stupid boat called? Sky Sovereign. This bad boy has shot so many oofs right in the face, and then when you Karn this up, if you activate Sky Sovereign with Karn by plussing on it, it is a 6/5, and when it attacks, it does the shotgun. Which can be unexpected. They're thinking, oh, they can't crew 3 it. I don't need to crew 3 it. I woke that bad boy up, and it's a 6/5 flyer. I don't know. That part of it's kind of clever. But I guess the core of this is Chalice of the Void good? And a lot of times the answer is yes, Chalice of the Void is good, but your opening hands have to cooperate. That's also part of it. So I'm pretending. I am planning on going to the Missouri MTG 40K as well as the 100K. And so I signed up for that, years ago, way back in the early days of the pandemic. And I don't want to say I forgot about them. Maybe a little bit I forgot that I had signed up. And so I feel like I'm a little disenchanted with Vintage right now, and so I wanted to maybe lean a little bit more into the Legacy space, and without much preparation, I feel like this is a Vintage deck that I enjoy and have a pretty good handle on how it plays out. So I thought this would be pretty reasonable to play. And like when we played that prelim, trying to get the last few points we needed, we played the blue-white version, and that was the other one that I was considering. I like Teferi's ability to play that defense grid role, right? And then Monastery Mentor is pretty ridiculous. Just okay. Period. That is a sentence. Monastery Mentor is pretty ridiculous. But once you are playing out multiple zeros and zeros and zeros and zeros, and heck, spin it up again and zeros and zeros, all of a sudden you have all these idiots. And so if they're trying to attack you on the, well, I'll counter your one big spell play, but you've played out these little incremental things that you happen to have a little army. Well, that next turn, play one more Mox plus one prowess across the team. You're smashing in for 11. And so that part of it is pretty sweet. How you can, I don't want to say army in a can, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. The other touch is, well, incidentally, you have Karakas available to you, and this is also anti-2020 protection. And then Lavinia in the sideboard does another impression of that defense grid / imagine being able to get out of Lavinia before in a mirror. You know, your opponent not being able to play zeros, not being able to play Force of Will type effects. I can't accelerate out of Karn because I'm not allowed to. Can't cast Echo even if you pay for it because you probably don't have 6 lands in play. That's a very hidden power of this Lavinia. I don't know how hidden it is since they wrote it on the card, but you know what I'm saying. Okay. So one second. How many? So we decided that 45 players. What is that? When you get the 17th person is what makes it a 5th round. So the 33rd person is what would make it 6 rounds. And it would have to be the 65th person to tip it up. So this is only 6 rounds. At 6 rounds, I feel like this is, so like I said, 33 going to 65. When you just tip into on a Swiss triangle, let's just bring it up so I can literally show you what I'm talking about. So in a Swiss triangle, okay, 45 people today. That means after 6 rounds, you'll have 1 6-0, some 5-1, so you'll have 2 people eligible in the scrum at X and 2. Now, what I was trying to say, it helps if you have a large enough tournament to trust this math. Good morning, Charlie. All right. So if you look at a 32-player tournament, a 32-player tournament will break out. That's wrong. No, that's still correct. What I was trying to say is once you go to 33, yeah, look how it gets funky, and the better records you're more likely to see. So once you get up to, say it was at 64, see how there's still people down here? Once you get closer to 64, there's less room for these worse records. And none of this math doesn't include the Swiss, doesn't include draws. And if you think, don't confuse yourself and try to work the draw math in a small tournament because you'll probably get the math wrong, but hey, at least your buddy will make top 8 and still win the thing. Okay. Yeah. Now that was obviously superior play skill that Charlie was able to take that thing down, but I am very, very glad that he did. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to bring up. So today we are playing in the Legacy Challenge, and we are playing the mono blue version of the Echoes. So you have Lion's Eye Diamond. Lion's Eye Diamond coupled with Echo of Eons is like Time Twister that you can play out a whole bunch of zeros first. And if we can get Hull Breacher online, Hull Breacher leading into an Echoes means our opponent doesn't get any cards and we get a whole bunch of treasures. And then Urza facilitates by letting us tap an Urza's Bauble for a blue. It's appropriate. But it basically turns your Lotus Petals or anything else, everything is into a Mox Sapphire. So you're playing out all these things. Plus, because of the wording on Lion's Eye Diamond, you get to tap it to Urza for a blue, then sacrifice it and get 3 more blue. So if you thought Black Lotus is good, Blue Lotus here will draw you 3 blue, 4 blue, 4 blue. So, and then Karn can turn off a lot of your opponent's effects, including the Knockout Punch with Mycosynth Lattice. Karn also lets you hide that 4th Lion's Eye Diamond in the sideboard if you need it. Or can pull various Silver Bullets, Tormod's Crypt. Liquid Metal Coating can let you go longer, where you can play Stone Rain with Karn, turn their land into an artifact, and then kill it. Ensnaring Bridge to save you. Wormcoil, I'm not sure why you have a Wormcoil, but Engineered Explosives, Walking Ballista. There's a variety of things that can save your bacon. The new thing for me is trying out Raven Form here. That other people have played it, and I feel like it has the ability to do some interesting things because of the foretell. It kind of lets you have layaway. I can like set it off to the side, plus it gets it out of my hand for possible echo spins or whatever. So we'll have to see how much I like this over the course of the day. Right now, it's taking the place of what Force of Will would be. But it's hard to support Force of Will when you... It's hard to support Force of Will like just for blue card count in general, or if you're going to go for it with a Lion's Eye Diamond, Force of Will doesn't really do much there. That's why the defense grid makes more sense as your proactive Force of Will. You can put this out there and then go for it later. So maybe Force of Will, like, because that was the other thing. Force of Will is not main in this deck. It kind of comes out of the sideboard in certain matches. So I think maybe Defense Grid is just a better version of that. All right, we're down to 2 matches left. All right. I mean, this feels a little... This is when I would be waking up normally. And we've already got 2 rounds under our belt. We're a third of the way home. So, I don't know. A little interesting, but... I was going to say, could I get used to this? I mean, this is when I wake up on every other day. So I don't know how... There's really not that much to get used to. But at the same time, I don't know, it's more akin to the tournaments of old, where you would wake up dreary-eyed, you drive to the tournament, you stop at a gas station, get a bag of Skittles and Mountain Dew, and you eat junk food on your way there, get an Arnold Palmer, slam that, fight in a tournament for 7 hours, drive back home. I guess my only commute is that I had to come down to the basement. Yeah, like that is an integral part of the Magic experience is the road trips with friends. You know, what convention center and what city are we going to this time? The various, like, I have been in so many convention centers in so many cities, and then it's like, well, oh yeah, I've been to Houston. Oh, what did you go look at? Oh, just the convention center. Or I was in Atlanta. Really? What's? Oh no, I was just in the convention center. So it's a little disingenuous to say all these different tournaments and stuff that I've been to. That's why that last time around in Pittsburgh, I tried to get out and go do some other stuff. Yes, that's the big thing. Like, I miss the meatball place. I want to get back to the Pittsburgh. I want the Meatball Emporium. There's that one barbecue place we walked to the one time. That crazy peanut butter chocolate shake. Thank you. Just the old days when we still used to hang out with each other and travel to tournaments for real. Once at some point we'll get to do that again. Now, currently, the one I have on the calendar, the Missouri Legacy, is in July. So right now, my plan is for the Missouri event in July. But and then the second, that's the 40K. The 100K is supposed to be October, and it's supposed to be like the week before Halloween. So that makes me wonder, if Eternal Weekend gets themselves together. Right now, this big Legacy tournament is the week before Halloween. I would hope they don't try to fight against that, because from everything I've seen, Jeremy, which is a great name, at Missouri MTG is really a great tournament organizer, and so I would definitely want to support him. I also want to support Eternal Weekend, but I think I've already potentially chosen which side of that I'm leaning on right now. And a lot of that is I have to try to like Vintage again. I do wonder if it's an effect of playing too much. Because I would say, without a doubt, I play more Magic now than I have in the last few years. Just streaming multiple days a week. I would say in the before times, if we were going to go play on a weekend, I probably didn't actually play Magic. Or I would go to a tournament on the third Sunday of the month. Until that third Sunday of the next month, I might not even have touched my cards again. And so that's a lot of it for me is, I don't want to say playing too much, but part of the trick of Magic, I think, is even with the variants, you kind of trick yourself into saying, oh, the variance isn't that much. But it's always there. And so not exposing yourself to the variance, or not properly experiencing the variance, can make you forget about it until it punches you in the face again. So I don't know. I still love Magic. I'll always love Magic. I tried to run away and go play Versus for a while, and I still came back to Magic. but there are parts of Magic that can frustrate you, and if you let the parts of Magic that can frustrate you compile on you and build up, at some point you're it's going to be too much. So that's why I try to like shift gears, and I want to put more legacy in my life. That's the plan. I'm sure I'm going to get pissed off at the legacy variants too. Spoilers. I'm complaining about variants as I'm playing the Lion's Eye Diamond 7. Let's just cast Time Twister again. I'm trying to maximize Time Twister and complaining about variants. So, maybe like Charlie said before, don't trust my math. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Well, no, but so that's the whole thing is this is the deck I enjoy. So if I'm complaining about variants and this is the deck I enjoy, what the hell am I talking about, right? So that's what's funny. Like not me just said, there's a difference when your opponent is like, okay, here's what I did to you, and then when you're like, oh yeah, well this is what I'm doing to you. It makes you feel like you have some agency over that variance, which isn't true. Nobody has, but it makes you think you do, and sometimes that's enough because humans are stupid. And if we can make ourselves think something, well that's just as good as it being true, right? I mean, no, but it feels that way. All right, we still have. I agree. The next deck I want to work on some more. I think is elves, because I think elves is powerful, and are people not giving elves enough credit? I don't know for sure. So here, I'm gonna go refill my water, take a quick bathroom break, but I will be right back. So look at my dogs, and I'll be right back. We are back on this Saturday morning Legacy Challenge. Sitting at 1-1, playing the Mono Blue Karn Urza Echo deck. Realized that my microphone was still tilted up, so hopefully you heard all of that. But otherwise, just waiting for this match to finish. We can start up round 3. What else? So the other thing I think that made today's challenge a little bit smaller, there was supposed to be, is it here? Yeah. Constructed, see, we're in the challenge, but in an hour and a half, there are 109 people over in the PTQ that I thought it's a PTQ. Do they not mention that in the prizes? That's kind of weird. But so I'm wondering if a lot of these people, how much overlap is there between the two, or are they, I don't want to split my time and focus, so I'll just stay on that versus the other one. I mean, that's entirely possible, right? They don't want to try to dual queue or anything like that. And I can't necessarily blame them. As much trouble as I have with going to time, even with my I'll think through my decisions, I'll talk through my decisions. I can't even fathom trying to double. I would time out in 2 different matches instead of 1 match. That sounds terrific. Unless maybe we would have to play more aggressive decks. I just don't know if I would want to be a more aggressive deck. I said that, and then we're going to play elves, so. Speaking of, these are the top performing decks from the last 7 days. I don't even see elves there. Now, is that due to the bias in the selection here? It just so happens that there are no elves here, or is there something? Is it just not being played? Is that the problem? Because I guess if we were going to look for a deck, I want to say Nettle Sentinel. What's the Heritage Well, that's the other thing. They haven't been posting. They haven't posted lately, right? Because what is this? This is the 7th. Yeah, we missed last week's results. Don't open that. So if we pull up, this might have a lot to do with it. Holy crap. Casual $900 worth of Allosaurus Shepherds. Yikes. So, if we want to play this in Legacy, I guess I need to start looking at a way to acquire Allosaurus Shepherds. What is going... Is it Progenitus that's making this weird stretched out look? Okay, so this is the Craterhoof Behemoth with a Progenitus sideboard. This splits Archon and Craterhoof. Which one is Archon? When it enters the battlefield, choose Artifact, Enchantment, Instant Sorcery, or Planeswalker, and players cannot cast a spell of the chosen type. So do you name Sorcery to protect yourself from Terminus? Do you name Instant to protect yourself from swords and counterspells? Okay, there's no Progenitus here, so it doesn't do the weird stretch. I mean, this seems pretty straightforward. It seems like for the most part they have the same lineup: Dryad Arbor, Allosaurus, Birchlore, Findhorn, Heritage, Lanoir, Nettle, Quirion, Wirewood, Symbiote. Yeah, so these two appear to be the same deck. So it just comes down to the sideboard of Meek Stone. Interesting. Power 3 or greater, don't untap, so Delver. Leyline of Vitality. Isn't this Spider Silk armor? I guess you also gain life, but this is probably against the -1/-1 guy. What is Engineered Plague creature guy? Plague Engineer. That makes sense. Interesting. So what's the white? The Savannah is to cast Archon, and the Bayous are to cast the sideboard stuff. I mean, it's Julian. I like Julian. So we'll download that for posterity. Otherwise, here, what do we got? Leylines of the Void. What? I don't think I like Leyline of the Void. What? Surgical Extraction comparatively. I guess Uro still exists? Or they're playing Leyline of the Void against this deck, the Karn deck? That's entirely possible. That's something that Ravenform does not deal with. But hey, we got Brazen Borrower, right? All right, round 3, let's go. Alberto. Alberto is doing a lot of different things right now. It says they are triple queuing, but they're going to keep this hand while I can't. Simian Spirit Guide. Trinisphere. Double Simian Spirit Guide. These are some great draws, by the way. Okay. So the question is, no, I think we just sit back, we play a Hull Breacher end of turn, and we just beat him down. If I wait, I let them throw it at me. If I attack here, put the onus on them. So the question is, do I play another one? So the question here is, do I take all of this? I was going to say, could they have both? They can't because of the Trinisphere. So I feel like these chalices are definitely sideboardable. The Raven forms seem like they'll be powerful. Hi, buddy. Hi, good boy. Hi, good boy. Do we have any lilies in here? We have a lily. Hi, Lily. Okay. Post combat, main phase, let it happen. One, two, three, four. I mean, they do currently have. So they currently have themselves 4 mana, 5 mana. That would have been a reason to stay home. 2, 4, 6. I mean, we quite literally drew 3 blanks here. None of that helps. And on the 3 blanks on the draw. So I'm pretty sure they can clear 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put it on that. 2, 4, 6, 8, dead. Chrome Hogs. Alright. So they have Blood Moon, they have stuff like that. So I think all of these come in. And I feel like they all come in for chalices. Because they are a Chalice deck themselves. That's what makes that less impressive. I still like the idea of Brazen Borrower. Defense, Grit, like, are they... Do they play Pyroblast? Isn't it? Where's the red deck? Isn't it called, like, Bouster Red? They don't. They have Torpor Orb. Fiery Confluence seems powerful. This probably works. Yeah. And then just in the third game, not be susceptible to a quick Trinisphere, Blood Moon, whatever effect. I can't rely on that. Opponent is, I'll say, probably maximizing the clock. All right, so I could play a turn 1 Emry. They mulligan to 6. Seat, Cine, Lotus Petal, Raven. They have been stopped. So the question is, who makes more sense in play? To have Sai and then getting Emry go... No. Play a new Emry. So we can still follow. We can play. I would rather have Emry no longer summoning sick, and then you play Sai, and then you get your token back, if you know what I'm saying. That's my thought. Is by playing Emry here, Emry gives us more fuel, as well as being able to be non summoning sick next turn. Then that's when we play the Sai. I also think I get Ancient Tomb out now. Theoretically, I also put Sai out now. just making it into the next turn. Or I could just echo right now. So the question is, do we echo? I would be refilling their hand. I'd be refilling my own hand. Or we could really get set up by playing out this Sai now. That's my thought anyway. They could also just kill my entire side of the board. And then I could just draw a Lion's Eye Diamond. Okay. They agree. That's all it took. Little premature on the woo, but it was gonna. We knew what we were doing there. Okay. So, looking at the rest of what we have, Ensnaring Bridge. I mean, I can fully see Ensnaring Bridge being the Karn Silver Bullet. I'm just wondering if it was in the deck that gives us a chance to draw it. I could see Walking Ballista maybe as a way to block and shoot down some idiots, and then I think I'm okay with drawing this one. We'll approach it that way. Let's see how that works. Thank you for the redemptions. Okay, so we can't keep this hand. Please let me. Do not turn one me. Spoilers, they're going to turn one us. What a draw. Bravo. Okay. Now, I don't know if this works. Am I allowed to foretell this? Okay, we can foretell it for that. Can I cast this? No, I didn't think so. One, two, three, four, five, six. Oh, hello. One, two. What is more important? If I turn off the Rabble Master, well, this is a sorcery. So if I turn off the Rabble Master, they would attack me for at least 3. If I hit the Trinisphere, I can play out my hand. See, by doing that, though, I'm going to give them another goblin. Fiery Confluence. 1 damage to each creature, 2 damage to each opponent, destroy target artifact. Yikes. One, two, three. Yeah. I'm going to have to block this on its own. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boo. Boo that man. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Big bucks, no whammies. Okay. Check sideboard. 1. We haven't played a land yet. Good Lion's Eye again. I would need to be able to... keep this one. it'll let me get... So we're up to a 2-point walking ballista. Two-point walking ballista. I could make it a 3-point walking ballista. I could also cash that in, spin. I think the more powerful thing, like, so if I have given them a new hand, so they're probably going to have 3 mana, another goblin guy. I would like to pay 1. You're just not letting me. They have Mindbreak Trap. That's a blowout. We lose to Mindbreak Trap. They're hovering over it. Could they have? Okay. Well, ooh, okay. So then all they have to do is stomp me and I'm dead, but... Do they draw another burn spell? I feel like that spin was better than trying to live with... Maybe I'm just dead. Yep. They had another one. Oh. Like, we don't necessarily know that it was in their hand or not, but I just feel... I feel like we were in a tough spot there. That... I mean, we definitely were in a hard spot. So... Would it be better... Would it be better... I mean, Raven form, to a degree, was the only thing that even gave us a chance there. Although I think having another Brazen Borrower in that spot, and if we were to compare to this, Monastery Mentor has a chance to put up a fight against stuff like that, but I think we went a little too low because of the aggression they were putting on us. I wonder if we were supposed to... Well, we did block. We did block to take out the big damage from the... What's the goblin? Taskmaster? Rabblemaster? Because we couldn't have afforded to take that much damage, I don't think. But had we... Well, we wouldn't have been able to deploy all the cards out of our hand if we didn't take out the Trinisphere. So that's the other thing. And then we had a turn where... We did have a turn where we whiffed and drew Raven form. And that's what they stomped. But, okay, they also would have been able to stomp the Hull Breacher there. So we were... Because we were able to deploy when we deployed. Maybe Walking Ballista. No, we did bring the Walking Ballista in. Maybe I needed to bring explosives in. Although I feel like it's going to be harder to get this to multiple colors without sacrificing Lotus Petals and stuff like that. I feel like Engineered Explosives maybe has a better baseline out of the blue-white, because between Tundra or Karakas, or like you have a better chance to have a second color, I guess. Well, between that, like these two lands are always just going to give us blue-blue. But they could, if this was a Tundra, you could get blue-white, and now you're at least setting your explosives at 2. Touch greedy, but still might be making sense. I think that's what it's going to... It feels like you have to be greedy, though. Like the discussion we were saying before about variance, right? So with variance, you're going to have it or you're not going to have it. Like I haven't been tracking mulligans, but I feel like I've mulliganed more than I have at other times. But that's kind of the thing, is you're flipping coins, and if it comes out our way, that's the day that we, 6-0, right? It's not going our way, but hey, we still managed to win a match. So I feel like that's some of the power of this deck, that, oh, look what I drew, and you're going to kill people just based on that. I'm curious, what are some other variations maybe on this deck? We were looking up elves before, but what if we looked up... What if we look up decks using Echo? Just to see what other kind of results are there. Jeskai Echo. Ooh. Oh, this is the anti-snow one, right? Snow lands your opponent's control, and then non-creature spells your opponent's cast with 4 or greater. So that is doing a little bit of the... That's doing a little bit of the... What do you want to call that? Hey, Pemin, we are 1-2 right now. We'll update that record. Currently 1-2. Won the first round, lost the next 2. They still have Teferi there. I like the white. What is the red? Ghirapur Aether Grid. I remember that when it used to be in the Lantern control list, because this puts the ability on the enchantment. It doesn't put the ability on... So that's interesting. Disenchant Last Breath. There's a throwback. Last Breath, I remember playing that in Mercadian Masks. All you youngins. Multiple Mindbreak Trap. I feel like only having one of these though, and especially by cutting a Hullbreacher, I'm not too excited about that. Here's another trimming a Hullbreacher for a Narset. I like Hullbreachers 2 in a blue more than the double blue. Could just be me. Okay, how do I... Okay, I just wanted that thing to go away. Then, did we look at both of these? We looked at one of them. I think we looked at this one. Echo. There's no creatures in this. Ooh, what is going on here? Voltaic Key, Manifold Key, Grim Monolith, Mesmeric Orb. Are we decking our opponent? We're decking ourselves. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, and Basalt Monolith, you can tap, untap, tap, untap, tap, untap. So you grind your deck into the graveyard. You have Mystic Forge doing Mystic Forge nonsense. Till you hit an Echo. Oh, no. So the Mesmeric Orb combines with Mystic Forge, right? So, say I've got my Mystic Forge out. Oh, there's a land on top. Oh, that's too bad. I tap Basalt Monolith, untap Basalt Monolith. Mesmeric Orb mills that one. Okay, now I have a new card on top for Mystic Forge. Oh, it's Lotus Petal? I'll put Lotus Petal. Oh, it's Mox Opal? I'll put a Mox Opal in play. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know about the only playing... I guess they're even lighter on lands. They're only 14 lands. The ability to get... I mean, this is maybe more Turbo Karn than anything else, right? 4 Tomb and 4 City of Traders, where a lot of the other ones only are playing 6 of the soul lands. But, I mean, Mystic Forge seems pretty sweet. It builds... Okay, you play a whole bunch of stuff till you can hit a Karn, because Mystic Forge lets you play colorless cards. Okay, Mystic Forge will let you play a Karn. Karn then gets Aether Flux Reservoir and guns your opponent down. That is clever. Good job, Clone 103. Interesting. What we got left in this round? 2 matches left in this round. Mystic Forge is powerful. We played... Was that in Vintage when we were playing with the... What's the Fox? The Fox Companion. Not Lurrus. I want to say Star Fox. I know it's not Star Fox. Zerda. We were playing with Zerda, but I believe that's banned now, so you're not even allowed to play it. Banned in Legacy. Poor Zerda. Okay. Because I was going to say, you combine Zerta with that. I want to pull that deck in. That deck seems sweet. So we'll pull that in. But the better question is, how far back was this? This was a couple weeks. Okay. Azorius. Oh, look at this idiot. Four Monastery Mentors. Nice SO3. I think Urza's really good. I mean, yeah, surprise, Urza's really good. But I'm not sure about this with the fetch lands. That feels a little weird. Epic Storm. What did we search for? We searched for Echo Vions. Karn, the Great Creator. Because that's honestly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the two of them. Dimir, Dark Depths. What? Karn. Ill-Gotten Gains. Helm of Obedience, Leyline of the Void. You're speaking my language. 2 and 4. You're also, unfortunately, speaking my language. Is it Karn Echoes? Clone 103 again. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do these though. Okay. So here is it, where they touched Experimental Frenzy on top of their Mystic Forge. Very interesting. They don't even have Emery here. See, I feel like these are just going to give me bad ideas, though. Okay, and the only is it here is that Gearper. Hold on. Contagion Engine enters the battlefield. Put a -1/-1 counter on each creature target player controls. Nice wrath. And then you can proliferate. You got to get an infect on your opponent, though, right? Oh, I was going to say, do they have the infect land? That would have been spicy. All right, looks like round is up. I'm going to mute and eat some trail mix. All right. Round number 4. All 3 of our opponents are 2-1. Exactly. Alright, so this gives us a turn. This is a turn 1 Karn. Right? Tomb, Opal, Opal. I mean, that feels good enough. We're on the draw, but Tomb, Opal, Opal. We might just be dead. Just dead. Cool. Cool. We have the thing to mess them up on the first turn, and then we just die. Well, that's what we get for not winning the die roll. Serves us right, I guess. So they are playing Oops. So the question here is, do we if they're playing Oops, then Chalice on 0 will turn off some of their Moxes. We would have to Spyglass the... What about... Okay, so they're just going to bring back a Thassasaurus. So it's not that I'm stopping them from doing something. They are going to win on their own. Excuse me. I'm just trying to think, is there a way to... I think, do we want the Tormod's Crypt as opposed to Karn being able to find the Tormod's Crypt? I think that's my biggest question. Well, let's just win this one and decide in game 3. Nope. Yep, keep this one. Two, three. So in the other one, we didn't even get a turn. So here, we're going to Karn. We did not bring it in, right? Okay. They mulligan to 5. Yeah, so we Karn for Crypt here. Mulligan to 4 on their side. That's a good one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get... Like, liquid metal coating doesn't do me anything yet. So I could play... Okay, we could regrow. Okay, so we won that one. We won that one by being able to have a turn 1 Tormod's Crypt, but we needed a lot of things to go right to have that turn 1 Tormod's Crypt. I kind of think we want to bring the Crypt in. And just hope to spike it. I mean, I'm not sure how legit that really is. You know, how many of these are going to be like a slow, drawn-out game, but... Or do we just have to try to mulligan into a turn 1 Karn again, but that's not always going to be feasible? I guess we can rely on Chalices. Chalices turns off our Tormod's Crypt. Solid play there. What do I do? Putting 1 Crypt in the 60 cards versus needing to have Karn to be able to go get it. YOLO. Oh, for a second I thought we drew it. I think it's going to determine how far they go. They mulligan to 6. I will mulligan as well. They mulligan to 5. What does this hand do? Turn 1, Chalice on 1. I don't want that. This hand's terrible. I have to throw this hand back. They're keeping that. I gotta go one more time. Okay, so 3 cards back. If they have a 0, aren't they going to play it on the first turn? Didn't find anything. Okay. So here I'm going to wait till their draw step. So that I don't get Thoughtseized again. Right. Now do they have Force of Vigor? Because that blows me out. Yep. Alright, so... Does it do me any good to cash it in? I mean... We just dead? I feel like we're dead. Feels like we're dead. Yep. That's unfortunate. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Our opponent lost to an underwater bimbo. Can you believe that? Well, I'm going to go grab some breakfast because there's quite a few matches left in this round still. So I should be back in maybe about 20 minutes. All right, we'll see you then. We were definitely going to finish everything out, though. We just taking a quick break.
hat was not winning us any matches. I checked. So the hat is gone. Perhaps we can get in the right frame of mind with a crossword puzzle. Rear beef cut. It's a creamy Italian dish made with mushrooms. We should ask Mengucci, what is a creamy Italian dish? Act in someone's stead. Bucks, partners, or does. Faster. Sets. Word before car or dealer. New car, new dealer. I feel like these are the same clues from the other day. Like if this is orate. Act car, no. Era. Word before car or dealer. Art car, art dealer. Art car? That feels weird. Sought help from. Turn to somebody. A business taxed separately from its ownership. Limited liability. Push forcefully. Shove. S-H-O doesn't fit. Auction offering is a bid. You could even spell it right. Blondie boy. Wasn't his son's name like Elmo or something like that? It's something to that degree because that's Oregon. So it's like Elmo or Erno or Ermo. Places to go for the gold. Mines. Yeah, so it's just like. The question is, what is that one in the middle? Information unit. Bit bite. Trapeze artists meet. Up in the air. Mid-air. Highways. Sharing. Rearing. Co-parenting. People that celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Anybody that likes to drink. Fishy health supplement. Cod liver oil. So that means this. A business acts separately is a corporation. Intertine twist. Reduces to bit. Trim. Appear to be. Seam. Like a small garage. Attached. One car. Structural safety standards and what the starts of 20, 36, and 43 are doing. Co. Repeating. REPEAT. No, it doesn't fit. Muslim. You want to go to Mecca. Beer name. Coors. Acknowledge. Admit. High pitched. Reading. Building code, meeting code. Book deal maker. Where do you go for a book deal? Author. What's the editor? Vegetarian protein source. Vini Vidi Vici. Yeah, that makes more sense. Like some committees, iron out. Oh no. Vegetarian pro tofu. Hand played drum. Bongo. A Scott. Ad hoc. Okay. A confident solver's tool. You do it in pen. Excitingly fast-paced is slap bang. And your agent gets you a deal. I don't believe this is the answer to number one. Decree is an edict. Yawgmoth's edict, Liliana's edict. A V-shaped cut. Not sure. Restless desire. What the hell is that? designer's concern. Creamy risotto. Rump. Computer generator user. Computer operator, sorry. Pesto. Business taxed separately for its ownership. Slangy response. Got it. That doesn't fit. You're missing a letter. Or you have one too many letters, right? Corporation. That just is wrong. I don't know. That doesn't seem to fit. A V-shaped cut is a notch. So a C corporation? Sure. I didn't know there were different types of corporations. I mean, I guess I did, but walk like a crab. I don't. How does one walk like a crab? Sidle. That's true. You do know how to walk like a crab. Go on and on with on. Drone on. And then are we wrong somewhere? It did not give it to us. End does itch. Edict. Notch. Decor. Shrub. We're wrong somewhere. It doesn't look like we're missing a letter anywhere. Where's the check for mistakes? Oh, this is seam, not seep. All right. Well, that's our third puzzle today. Down to one match left in this round. Our bug control opponent, I guess we're going to cheer for them because we want them to keep winning. Go, go, bug control opponent. All right, that is complete. Did they win? All right, we're hanging around a little too low here. We need to start getting some of them their wins so that we can move up. I mean, I understand it's kind of a bold approach to try to win. I'm talking to you. You're a dog. You're just a dog. You don't know. You don't know how to win a match of Magic, do you? If you did, I could really use some advice, because seriously, buddy, I need it. Okay. How about you get away from my breakfast? I see what you're doing. Yeah. That sandwich smells good. I see what you're doing. Why don't you go hang out with Mom? So there are 2 rounds left. We have to probably win both of them based on just the math. Yeah. Let's win them both and leave nothing in doubt. How about that? That seems like a fair bet. Fair deal. Let's just do that. I commented in our Discord for Vintage about when your only interaction with your opponent is look at the cards. That's pretty annoying, right? The old oops. Here's my deck. Well, just look at the cards. Look at the cards. Give you something to look at. Round 5. Alurin 85. I wonder if they are playing Alurin. We have a turn 1 Emery. Turn 1 Emery, turn 2 Chalice. They have an Urtai avatar. Alright. Seat. LED. Emery. We did not hit anything. Passed it. Basic Forest. Now, do I believe they're an elf deck? Yes. Do I want to ensure that they're an elf deck? Cloud Post. Ha-ha! You scumbag. Let's turn off. My thought here was that we turn off their ability Okay. So, as they try to ramp, if I were to put outside, What did we hit? A Karn, an Opal. We did not hit a Karn. Correction. So main deck Sphere from them is kind of interesting. Post. Green Sun coming. Well, now. Do they play Bojuka Bog? I feel like they do, right? No. That can't be right. They don't play Cloudpo? Or they don't play Bojuka Bog? Yeah, they do. Okay. So. They would have to cash it in, though, here. Okay. So they're going to take us off that. Okay, so I could now cash it in. I think I'm okay with this because we get to follow this up with Sai and a couple things next turn. I think they might have gone for Bog before they needed to. And that at least let me hit another land drop. What I really need here is an Urza, and then I feel like I get turbocharged. Okay. They're converting something here. 1, 2. Cloud Post. 3. A new sphere. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. After they've drawn, potentially let them play a card out. That's a good one. So now we're in danger, but we have Thopters now. Okay. Tabernacle. Mm. One, two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hmm. Do I even want to pay the 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what it takes for a Hull Breacher. Let's see what he pays for on their side. Sorry. They can just tap a Cloud Post and pay for it. It's kind of surprising that they got rid of their Glimmer Post, which would have made the Cloud Post bigger. Played a Forest. Okay. I mean, am I waiting here? I think I'm waiting here. Because do I really want that many more Thopters? I can eat these Thopters. No tax. I guess I need to make sure I keep the Thopters around as anti-Dark Depths. Is this an Abrupt Decay? No, okay. That's what the worry was there. Like, it's interesting when you yield, but then there's still, like, you could tap Seat of the Synod, I guess. Copy your Cloud Post, yep. Hey, thank you, thank you. We are trying to battle back. We're playing a, quote, earlier morning tournament, even though I got to sleep in. I didn't sleep in as much as I normally do on a Saturday. Showed me another Golos. There we go. Do I care about that guy anymore? I kind of do now. Okay, so one, two, three, four. So I can play this Chalice on 0. Yeah, that didn't work. I forgot about that part. There was a plan. I just messed up the plan. This resolves. I'm gonna guess Urza and Little Guy and Sai are gone. Urza and Ancient 2. Kind of surprising. One, two, three, four, five, six. It's not enough to get me around it though, so we're dead. We would have needed to get all the way to an ensnaring bridge. Unfortunately. I mean, they do have a good amount of ones, but I feel like this is going to be, for the most part, weak. And then the rest of it, we just kind of battle. Keep a chalice in. Because if we are on the play and we're able to throw that chalice down, their ability to go get a tabernacle definitely hurts me. But I think if we can set up a quick Karn, that could put the pressure on them. I mean, it really depends on what we can set up and how fast we can set it up. I apparently am now clicking at random, so take with that as you will. I don't even know what we've submitted here. Okay. So, turn 1, Emery. Turn 2, Karn. Keep. They have mulligan to 6. Land, 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 opal. That's a thing. One, two, three, four, five, 6. Um, fair enough. Mm, 1, 2. I mean, I could just go get this liquid metal coating again. So they would have to cash it in right now. And whatever they turn it into comes in tapped. Okay. Poof, you're a frog. One. Mhm. So I got a 6/6 here. One, two, three. They should have force of vigor, right? Green sun for 2. You can go get a noof. The big thing here, yeah, is that Urza doesn't really care. Okay. One, two, three. I think I counted wrong. 1, 2. Yeah, okay, I'm one short. Boring. Okay. How do we deal with that one? We would theoretically need to tutor. We can't currently tutor. I would need to hit a lot. One, two, three, four, five. I mean, I think you have to. Nope, we just did. 2020s are very lethal. And that, I feel like, is a problem I've had with this deck before. That, yeah, the Tom Hep back in the... who's well known for playing Dark Depths related things, their ability to ignore the prison aspects and just be like, okay, but here's a 2020. Okay, but here's a 2020. And like, that's just too hard for me to fight back against, I feel like. I'm trying to... Is there anything else? Now, that's where Brazen Borrower would be good. Or I did not need... Here's the real mistake I made. I did not need to Raven form the Collector Oof. Collector Oof was not hurting me. That I should have held instead, because Raven form does say exile, right? Raven form. Now, the question is, when did they go for it? I felt like they went for it right away. So they would have given me an opportunity to pop the, as well as it would have gave them one less creature to pressure my Karn. So that is where I messed up. Casting the Raven form on the Oof when we didn't need to. That's how I messed it up. Now, what does Spyglass say? Activated abilities of sorcerers with the so theoretically, that could have gotten me a Spyglass by letting Karn stay alive. Karn can plus. Karn's allowed to plus. I think that's what that is what I messed up. So, as much as I've had practice playing this deck and stuff like that, there is stuff I don't know. I can admit I don't know it. And so it would, of course, be better if we were winning these games instead of losing them. But I think to a degree it is worth learning what I'm learning. I also have the feeling that even if we win the last round, we can't get top 32 anymore. And I feel like that's pretty sad to... I mean, we really need all of our opponents to win. So we need to, of course, they played each other, so we get hurt there. But we really need all of our opponents to win and hope we can will our opponent's match win percentage, first tiebreaker, just to the roof. That's all we can hope for. Now, there is another Legacy Challenge tomorrow. Have I learned anything from this? Would I want to start playing another deck? Like I said, I have found the Cloud Post decks to be interesting. All right, what do the Cloud Post decks lose to? I mean, so if you look at Into Play, sometimes they just smash people, like, repeatedly. So now they have been playing this for a lot longer. They know what they're doing. Elvish Rejuvenator. Look at your top 5 cards. You may put a land from among them onto the battlefield tapped. That's nice when your lands are worth a little bit more, right? Elvish Rejuvenator is almost like slam a Cloud Post piece. This is a Golos build. They moved away from the other little 1-mana elf. That is interesting. I would say they're kind of the preeminent person. Well, here you go. They went right back with the Elvish Reclaimer build, but this 4x Pithy Needle to stop the Wastelands of the world is, I mean, it is interesting. Oh, excuse me. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, still 4 matches. I think we did like the whole week's worth of crossword puzzles, right? We would have to go back to whatever. What is the 16th? I don't know. I'm looking. There's no calendar over there. Sure. Oh, it's got the stupid sounds. U.S. Women's Open. I don't know. Frank. Grogan. Alan Rickman. Quaint address for a noble with a nosy pun intended. Name within Arc de Triomphe. Oh, we got the stupid, what do you call it on? Show me the mistakes. I don't know, that might be interesting. Doll size. Marx Brothers. Turns out to be. End up. Okay. Departs in a huff. High rollers dice game. Luxury. I don't know. Pest. Isn't this the rind? Nope. Soft shoe leather. I have no idea. Ali. Ire. This is a rain. Buddies. Pals. Flare. Contemptuous expression. You sneer. Ballet support slipper. Specialized employees at a flower shop. Animal in the horse family. Lengthy lunches and frequent breaks for a certain guy, just lazy man. Lawyers up here. Lazy man. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. PGA. Short, dramatic offering. Playlet. Gala. Egyptian symbol of life. Ankh. I'm not sure what the second half is. There's a nosy pun intended. Lazy man. Daisy. Lazy Daisy. Suffix for puppeteer. Munch on, you ate it. Snack. Jello shots. Venture out to sea, you sail. Ella Fitzgerald. Extraordinary ski trip. Single example. Nike competitor Adidas. Little one. Shape of Texas's state flag. Shape on. I was like, it's a square. It's a rectangle. Finale. State door. Store door data. Hours. Females that may be free range. Well, now. Noticed in as a given place. Hard liquor. You're literally asking the wrong person. Needing nourishment. Just hungry. Without a charge. Polar. Frank. His companion. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Name that sounds like a hearty dish. How do you sound like a hearty dish? So luxury yacht Z. Lazy man. Lengthy lunch. And frequent breaks. For certain guy. So lazy man. Man what? Man's. I don't know. Soft shoe leather. I still don't know what that one's supposed to be. Supple. Suede. Got there. Got some booze. Unfed. Frankenbud. Hot dog Frankenbud. We're figuring it out very slowly. It has a lot to do with how we're doing today, just in general. Brazilian Carnival City informally. Is it Rio? I still don't know what this clue is. Supermarket VIP. I don't know, the boss? Mouth related. Oral Roberts. This in Madrid. Any Spanish speakers out there? Horseshoes that may rest leaners. Libya's client. Arid has been a clue like every day. Is it laborers? Daisy laborers? Lazy mansters? I still don't know what that's supposed to be. Who's a supermarket VIP? Like a customer, right? Manager? Little one. Duty. Okay. It makes way more sense if it's vertical, because I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Removes from power. What do you... Oust. You oust them from power. Mountain Dew. These are some interesting clues, I'll tell you what. Stash. Hens. Aha Group. I feel like I'm doing as well on this one. Chicken a la king. Chess set. China set. Okay. Laden. Munch on. This in Madrid. Ballet support. Support as in like the shoe. Support as in like a patron. Supermarket VIP. I still don't get this one. Certain guy negotiating his contract. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. So a luxury yacht Z. Lazy. Eat. Steely Dan. Wow. Manager. Hold on. Lazy man's terms. What the hell does that even mean? All I know is we are at the bottom of the standings. We're going to get a bye. And we're going to get a bye. I don't know. Would we rather have the bye or would we rather get a win and still finish 36th? I think that's the top end of what we can expect today. I mean, we only won one time. You can't do well in a tournament if you don't win very much. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just science. I know it's math, but it might also be science. Oh boy. And here I thought when I woke up that, hey, at least I'm not going to bomb out of a challenge because that's what I've seemed to do in all the other ones. I win and then I lose a lot. Oh well. Yep, so we're sitting in 38th. How have our opponents done? Three, two, 3-2, 3-2, 2-3, 2-3. All we can do is try to win and hope our opponent's tiebreakers help us, and then we just see what happens from there, right? The first thing you can control is how well you play or how you play. After that, it kind of comes down to, that's maybe when you need a little help. You get by with a little help from your friends. Or enemies. Our opponents aren't necessarily. Now here you go. This guy. I'm at 32nd. I'm going to drop so that I can't possibly win. Let's jump that person, because that's going to be the blowout. Is the person that decided to not even play the round comes in ahead of you? That feels brutal. For sure. But, last round. Let's see what we can do. Hello and good luck. On the draw. Can't keep this. Bayou. Okay, I don't really know what to make of that. What else can we follow up with? That is a lot of land. Okay, I have a lot of good ones in there. It would have been sweet if there was like an artifact that they could make me discard that I could bring back with them. As of right now, I can't cast either of these two. Dear opponent, what of my many cards do you wish to kill? I think Urza facilitates more. Okay. I think you gotta take Urza then now. If you didn't take him the first time, I think you gotta take Urza the second time. I could be wrong. What do I know? I'm 1-4. Don't listen to me. Really? That's kind of brutal. Okay, so we can play this. Now, cast this. Get the trigger. Float a blue. Keep this one. Float a blue. Replay a Mox Opal. We were very close. We got to 3 mana there. We could eat one of these. I'm going to say no. We would have to eat both Thopters to do it. See, now you turned off the Opal again. Okay. So 1. One, 2. One, 2, 3. What's going on here? Turn that off. Okay. 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 Um 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana right now. Forest and Marshland. I thought that might have gotten a concession. That's why 1, 2. We'll keep this one back. 7, 8, 9, 10. Get him, Dark Confidant. Liliana the Last Hope. This looks like an uphill battle for them. Okay. Hey, we finally won a match. I feel like this is exactly the kind of match where they're going to have trouble for me. But this is one where I think I do keep Chalice around. So they're less likely to have those kind of things. I think I can trim that as well. Do I not have my mod powers on? There it is. Taking out threats doesn't seem... I think it's going to work, though. There we go. Alright, so we have submitted. Defense. I don't think defense grade is what we want any more than... I don't know. Nope. This is much better. I think we throw away the city. We're going to keep this one. Incoming Thoughtseize. Correction. Incoming Inquisition. So they kind of have to take the Chalice there, right? Not that it necessarily turns them off from anything else, but I feel like it's the kind of thing that if they let me have multiple of them, it'll be bad for them. Yep. We could just draw another one like a champ. Close. Is this a Wasteland deck? Spoilers, it could be anything. It's just don't mind me. I'm just a foretold card. Foretelling it up. You jerk! I knew it! Knew it. God damn. Hey, do you think they're a Wasteland deck? Nah, just put your Ancient Tomb out there for no good reason. It's cool. I need to deploy Ancient Tomb like it's an accelerator, it's not just another land. So here's another thing for this is why you should be if I were on the play here with a full set of chalices, that's 2 less cards they could have taken out of my hand. Now one of them is a chalice, but Bayou. Okay. Congratulations, you've got a bird. Once again, I'm not playing out the seat just because I don't want the seat to turn into get wastelanded. Look at me! Look how clever I am. I need something. Might as well settle for that. Of not running headfirst into a wasteland if I could help it. But I swear if you thought sees me, sure. Sure. Tick up on your bird. That'd be sweet. I guess they could. Oh, no. We exiled with the Raven form. Ho, ho, ho. Look how clever we are. Just a fancy Dan over here. I mean, I wouldn't mind drawing better cards. Woof. Wasteland the seat. Liliana, your token. That's where it's at. See if they see it. Psst, don't see it. Don't see it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Take it. Take it. Please let me put another. Please. Don't do it. One, two. What's in the sideboard? Got liquid metal coating. We could play. We have Lion's Eye building up for next turn. I think we want to play some. No, because then he'll crash in and I got a block there. For 0? No, because that'll kill my token. We could just go get Lion's Eye Diamond. We also could get Liliana. Land. Let's get a Lion's Eye. Let's play a Lion's Eye. We're making the construct slightly larger, right? 1, 2. We could spin if we had to. But I think the plan right now is to block. Yeah, they could have put us in a much worse position if they would have just pulled the trigger on that wasteland. I mean, this is also bad. One, two, three, four. I mean, honestly, that's kind of changes things. It has been shrunken. What do they got left? I'd buy you. I gotta admit, I don't really understand what's happening. One, two, three, four, five. Spin. Play it. Oh, blowout. No attacks. I guess in a way they're keeping this Liliana protected. But I feel like I can beat zombies. If zombies is your plan, I feel like I can beat zombies. I might not be able to beat whatever's happening here. Okay. I might have attacked first, but then you don't know if I would block, right? Come on. Boo. I think I'll just take the... Now, I should not have used the bauble when I did. So they're going to draw into a peat land, play a peat land. I'm just saying, in case... So we know they have the peat land plus one other, so whatever this card is. Okay. Last basic. You sure? The 6/7 I think is slightly more of a problem, but poof. I feel like there are still ways we can draw out of this. They aren't great, but they exist. Attack me 5. Play Dark Confidant. Take it. I mean, they definitely have generated an army. I do not disagree with that. Yeah. There's nothing we will draw in time. Nope. All right, so we get to be on the play for the final game. I think Chalice has earned its way back in. At a point we needed an Echo. The Echo was not available to us. I think Ravenform did its job. Let's go. I mean, is it worthwhile to have different types of them? I don't think so. Last game of the day. Is it possible? Nope. Yep. Question is, do we get blown out or not? Let me know. Leyline. Calling it. Show me Leyline. Okay. One, two. Spin it up again. Okay. So now we have 1, Pass turn. Swamp, go. Let's keep this one. Three. Hey, we hit a new one. One, two, three, four. What do you got, buddy? Toxic Deluge in hand. Well, you're not going to get there. Get your crap out of here. Thank Jeebus, we managed to win another one. So, we'll bookend our stream. We'll start with a win. We'll go downhill. And then we'll come back up with a win at the end. Overall, I do think... I don't know. It does feel like trading the Force of Wills in the sideboard for Raven Form was useful, but also not having access to Force of Will, I think, made us so susceptible to oops. But I think it's one of those things like maybe you just lose to oops anyway. I really think if I'm going to stick with this, I like the blue-white version. I like having Monastery Mentor, Teferi. Those are the defense grid, or if I was going to stay with mono blue, I feel like defense grid maybe belongs in the deck. That gives protection against... We ran into Mindbreak Trap, Force of Vigor... It can stop people messing with your graveyard when you're trying to use Echo stuff. But I feel like Mentor is Mentor's ridiculous. It just is. And so if we can, I wonder if a more interesting pursuit is what is the best mentor deck? Cradle with Mentor. Whew. Whew. That's pretty spicy. No, what is the best Monastery Mentor in Legacy? So if we look at the last, well, shoot, how far back do we even want to go? So let's start with this. And I guess keep in mind, we're not going to have the last couple weeks of challenges right now. Miracles. Okay, so we're just going to get miracle lists because that's what has Mentor. So if we open it up maybe a little bit more. Oh, look at this idiot. What is magmatic sinkhole? What? This is a deck. I guess that's the other thing is, if you're just going to fall into this miracles thing, I don't think that's the kind of style I want to play, but isn't this what Callan was playing? Callum Smith? Of One Mind, combining with Baleful Strix, Snapcaster, Teferi being able to let you do unearth stuff, because that's another thing. You unearth with Monastery Mentor. Maybe they were able to kill it the first time, but then once it comes back, it puts the removal down to swords. But I don't know. They probably had the swords it the first time around to really get it off the table. I don't know. That's interesting. That I know I've seen. I've heard this when I'm listening to the different Legacy podcasts I listen to and stuff like that. That does seem interesting to pursue that, just because of how powerful that interaction is going to be. Even Snapcaster, unearth, pick something else, or you unearth a Snapcaster to unearth something else. Like, that can get kind of out of hand quickly. I think we already looked at this deck. Yeah, this is a full-blown 4 Mentor deck. They've got, basically, they're not messing around. They're like, if I'm going to do, and that's a good point. Am I doing that? The white version. Why is the white version playing a Sai? Just go Mentor, dude. What the crap? So I think this can be cleaned up for sure. We can make this a better deck. Mox Opal back there. That back in there. Get another Mentor in here. Just let's fill it up. Get me a Hull Breacher in here. The Sai out. Brazen Borrower can hang out in the sideboard for now. 4/4/4/4/4. How many lands playing? Okay. So petals, baubles, opals. Petals, baubles, opals. That seems pretty straightforward. What are we missing? We have an extra land, and this doesn't play Teferi. I like Teferi, but I guess that's when you would have to. If you're going to play Teferi, what are you trimming for it? And maybe that is a case of we trim a Mentor. We trim. I also don't like this mana base. Cavern of... What? Merfolk Wizard. Merfolk Pirate. Oh, Human Monk. Human Artifact. I guess that's not crazy if you're 50-50 on stuff. Right? Okay, there's a 60. And then they don't have any of the white cards. They don't have Lavinia. Now, it's not easy to cast a Lavinia, although basically any land in a Lotus Petal you can get a quick Lavinia. I thought it was impressive when they had Lavinia. The only other thing is, could I talk myself into cutting Force of Wills on the sideboard? I think once you have Lavinia and once you have Teferi, that's part of your protection, but that also falls away if it's an oops deck that's killing you on the first turn. I think that's the big thing there is, can you afford to be... If they're killing you on the first turn, that's when lacking Force of Will just makes you look like a buffoon. So I think that's really where it comes down to. But I want to say thanks for hanging out today. Thanks for the follow. Or if you like what you're seeing and you have Amazon Prime, that does mean you have Twitch Prime Gaming. And all the money that comes into the stream goes back out in the stream, Dr. Pepper, stuff like that, or to pay for these terrible 2-4 challenges that I do. Also, if you sub or you resub to the stream, we have something called the Wheel. What the Wheel is are subscriber-driven content that you tell me a single card or archetype or format that you'd like to see play. We spin the wheel, and we come up with Stoneforge Mystic, and then I build a league around that. So that is something else I offer. If you put !YT, you'll see our YouTube channel that I just take all my old VODs, dice them up, and put them there if you'd like to watch later. And also, I have a Discord that's literally just finding ways to put the J. Pinter MTG Cinematic Universe stuff all together. So, I appreciate you hanging out with me today. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you next time. Shout out Mana Traders also for the sponsorship. Otherwise, there's no way we could have played this deck because it costs $1 million.